So it's been a bit. um, Last weekend was the Path of Exile League launch, so I did a really long stream for that. I didn't end up streaming on Sunday because I ended up staying up for 24 hours that day. And didn't probably understandably didn't feel like streaming the next day. And then I opened my mouth about this week being quiet and hopefully calm, and it was the complete opposite of that, apparently. And it feels like it was the worst it's been all month. So, yeah, I didn't really stream during the week either. Just put a lot of time into getting situated in Path of Exile, and that's about it. But we're back, and apparently back with the longest episode in this, and I'm starting super late. So this is gonna be great. Now, if I recall, the last episode was like 7 hours long on stream. Actually, you know what? Let's check that right now before I start. Just so I have a reference. No, I don't want recent broadcasts. I want highlights, thank you. Okay, no, it was almost 9 hours. So if this is longer, then, yeah. It's gonna be a long couple of streams. I'm hoping I can knock it out this weekend, but, I guess we'll find out. I don't mind going late today, but, obviously I'm already starting late, so, yeah. Alrighty. Let's just get into it. Because I'm probably gonna need to just get into it. Parallax. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. February 22nd, 10 AM. Also, that was whew, in terms of imagery there, two people with knives potentially in different buildings is what that seemed to imply. Something, a knife falling, something breaking, something in a window, and then a figure that looks familiar. Like, I wasn't gonna say it's Mia, but I feel like they had the same kind of visage. I don't know, maybe I'm just saying... It has been a while, admittedly, so I forget the characters' silhouettes all of a sudden. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally! Where have you been? Oh. My sister's trial is tomorrow. Excuse me? Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Ooh. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? Sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So, you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. Ooh. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. I'm sorry? Oh. Maya, could it be... Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Skye. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Wow. Alright. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just, you seem kind of, jumpy. Or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, good. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age, no less. Holy shit. So what exactly is your current position, then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader? But I'm ready to do my job, at my age, no less. Great, another future professional in training. Actually, I'm kind of confused now, because, like, it sounded like the implication was that she's already working in that field, but then she's like, well, I'm just an 11th grader. Although I guess it's kind of, maybe I'm too used to the Naoto and, Akechi, things where it's like, oh yes, the junior investigator who's, like, really, really good at their job. But she's just like, I mean, I'm just an 11th grader. I mean, I work as a scientific investigator, but... So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. I actually really love her sprites. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. This case is handled scientifically. I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. So what's this about, Case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but... That's interesting. How would she know Mia? That is a very good question. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school? So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And, well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman? Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, moving on. February 22nd. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. God, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this year, Uh-oh. Ooh. This is gonna be a pain. Understood, ma'am. What was all that all about? Good lord. Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. That's the silhouette. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's something you should know from the start, which is... The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 PM. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. So, who is the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What? Mr. Wright, what does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. Certainly, Game Over, someone who frequents my stream, pointed out that this is like the longest case in the episodes, and oh, there he speak of the devil. How are you doing, Game Over? And this was also added in for the English releases. Yeah, I summoned you, apparently. I didn't know I had that power. Or that you had that power, but... So yeah, this is setting up to be a pretty fucking big case already. So you're the chief prosecutor. That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities, in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Bandaged hand, hello. Since it's long, I think people either love this case or hate it. Yeah, I could definitely get that. Just like, since I finished Danganronpa and have been kind of like, been able to not spoil myself on things anymore, I learned that there are a few cases I really enjoyed that a lot of people don't like because of something like that, actually. Oh, something like you mentioned. In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the same class ahead of... she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems it has... Although he seems he has very little in common with... Although it seems he had... Wow, I can't read. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year, and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Oh! Okay, hang on. I should let this play out because this may not be what I think it is. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was top of her class in the school. Although I bet a lot of people run with that. That's enough. That was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana... Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. I love how she's the only one with a backside design. Yeah. In fact, now that you point that out, I feel like that's going to be important. Long shot. A piece of evidence is going to have... Oh, in fact, that would actually kind of align with the... What do you call it? That would kind of align with the opening scene where it seemed like there was 2 silhouettes with a knife. I reckon there's going to be a piece of evidence, or one part of this trial, is going to relate to the fact that she wears that sash over her right shoulder. I'm calling it. Pointing to the WrestleMania sign. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, Jesus, controller, come on. There we go. So this is a lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey, everyone! Keep up the good work! Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there! You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Oh, it's him. But partner? Oh, it's not. What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall? Wow, he's just casually shaving with a knife. Marshall? Looks like more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But, this is gonna be really awkward if this guy is, not American. If it was Gumshoe, it would have been Pal. Yeah, that's a good point. What controller is that? Oh, it's an old 360 controller. I really like them. In fact, it's not even that old. I got it, 3 years ago, I think? Yeah, about that. Actually, might have been a bit later. No, either way. I don't know what it is. Like, I think it's this game specifically, though. It's probably expecting, like, a different dead zone to... I don't know. It's weird. This is my gang's Gold Strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? Ooh. Drinking on the job, dude. You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. And that, Emma, is why we don't announce our presence at crime scenes. We get accosted by the sheriff. We didn't even learn his name. Oh, I guess we learned it was Marshall, but... Was that, Ombre a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of... Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Do we have a thing for him now? No. Alright. Well. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer? Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Okay. This is really weird. I'm gonna let this play out for a second before I say anything, just to be sure, but... Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Wallet hastily stuffed into pocket. A foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. I'm called to duty already, and I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. Yeah. You have to be sure to examine the evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start examining from every angle. Okay, this is really... This could have actually been really funny. So, one of the things that happened in the other chapters was that pieces of evidence you had more to them, but you could never examine them, right? They could have totally pulled a joke here, where Phoenix is like, oh my god, this is a piece of evidence. Cool. And then he just sticks it in his pocket. And Emma's like, what the fuck are you... You're not gonna open it? He's like, the evidence is a wallet. Like, and there could have been a really funny joke here where, like, it specifically points out that Phoenix doesn't fucking look at the evidence he has. But instead it goes like, no, that is evidence. We should examine it. It's like, yeah, I don't think Phoenix would be dumb enough to do that. Yeah, it would have been perfect. Yeah, like that's, oh god. I don't know, that's really weird. Yeah, it would have been far funnier if he's just like, oh, cool, evidence, yeah. This probably belonged to someone this probably belonged to someone who was at the scene of the crime. And then just puts it in his pocket, and Emma's like, fucking open it, you dipshit! But, nah. Game is old. That kind of, like, meta humor is... I don't know, I feel like this game is capable of it. There have been moments where it's kind of gone to that, but... like, not specifically, more incidentally, I feel. Anyway, new mechanic. That's why this scene is here to do this, but I don't know, I feel like that could have been so much funnier. Now let's start examining from every angle. Whoa. Okay. Oh look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out with a press of enter. Wait. What? Oh, okay. Sure. There we go. This is an ID card. And again, that would have been really funny if he's like, oh, a piece of evidence. And Emma's like, it's the class bot. Okay, look, just hit enter to open the thing. Like, that would have been, oh, man. I'm sorry, like, I've been in a really narrative design and writing, mindset lately. And this kind of stuff is like, it's just so, like, there's a really neat elegance to being able to tutorialize something in a way that makes sense within the world. And I feel like there were so many opportunities in this scene specifically to point out that, like, it's kind of dumb that Phoenix wasn't already doing this, and that Emma's just looking at him like, oh god, this is the defense attorney that is defending my sister. Oh, fuck. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID number 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation fun? Useful? I guess. Though I don't see what science has to do with it. Goodman's ID added to the court record. ID number. Cool. Yeah, so scientific, opening wallets, yeah. Like, I don't know. This scene is, like, backwards in terms of, like, Emma being the one that's fascinated and Phoenix is just kind of like, yeah, okay. Despite the fact that he literally hasn't been the one opening the evidence. I don't want to dwell on this too much, but if it's the other way around and Phoenix is like, you mean I can examine the evidence more before it becomes relevant? And Emma's like, oh my fucking god. If only. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. Guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. And, I think it was you, Game Over, that was talking about, a mechanic that was introduced that's not going to come up for a bit. I'm assuming this is it. So yeah, hitting A will check that. Whoa. Well, hang on. Police department and the rest is 2. Oh, no. There are 2 more mechanics. Ooh. Interesting. I'm keen. Actually, wait. Why is Gumshoe... Why is Edgeworth in... Okay, sure. Weird, but fine. Is anything interesting here? This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose? Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know... Was Mr. Relativity German, or was he British? Mr. Relativity... Are you sure that was his name? Mr. Relativity. But yeah, this one among them, they introduced them here because Apollo Justice would arrive a year later. Okay, so yeah, because it very much sounded from what you were talking about that it was creating a bridge between the two. And I guess, like, from the sound of it, it sounded like they just assumed people knew how that mechanic worked in the second game. Or in Apollo Justice, rather. Which is kind of weird, but... Look, a door. This must mean something. I'm not sure that door... I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. Mysterious lock. I failed to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Although it is a bit weird that an exit door is locked. Although it might be, it looks like it has some kind of, like, card reader on it. Potentially. There are characters exclusive to this case that won't return until AJ2. Okay. Oh, yeah, I do recall you saying that as well. Oh, look, a ladder. Aha, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Yeah, I don't get that. I think this is the second time that line of verbatim has come up. It's like, that's a ladder. No, that's a step ladder. It's like, but okay. I don't get it. It's kind of weird. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure? What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See? You can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Oops. No clues there, but there is right next to it. This wall is in our way. It's got Wait, did she say it's in our way? It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I failed to see how it makes any difference either way. Barrels. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Can she read minds, or is that just like... I don't know if it was ever kind of clarified whether the brackets is Phoenix talking to himself or just thinking to himself. Because I know in Danganronpa it's meant to denote thinking or inner thoughts, but oh right, you can slide. I forgot about that. That is a phone. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Gah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, huh? Eh? Fuck. Please. No problem, partner. About time for vitals anyway. Vittles? I don't know how to pronounce that. Thinking. I love this vocabulary. Yeah, like, it's very deliberately, Vittle. Variant spelling of victual. Food, basically. Huh. Yeah, like, it is very, very deliberately, there's a word for it, it's escaped me. It's obviously very different and striking. Get yourself to the saloon on on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prosecutor's office. Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Vittles, Saloon, and cerveza. That's pretty good. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Heck. Great, maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Were you two all set? Us? Hello? What's this? She couldn't be... You're selling lunches here? This is a crime scene. Hello. Half and half, was it? Oh. Thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you? Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passers-by. Or are you officers? Oh, no, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone, even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. Those lunchboxes make me miss the local Japanese festivals. Yeah, that was, very detailed food artwork. God, I could go for some, like, deep-fried stuff right now. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. She's the witness. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness? You're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up queen, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or, before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. Yipes, she means it. That, like, hair flick into devastating stare is fucking top-notch. Somehow, I knew. Yes, it... Oh my god. I spend one weekend doing a 10-hour stream of basically no talking, and then I come back to this, and I'm like, ugh. I hope things go back to normal early next year. I really do miss those festivals. Yeah. I just had a phone call with my one of my parents talking about getting together for their birthday, but they kind of cancelled it because in where I am specifically, we've had an uptick in corona cases. So, yeah, we're kind of locking back down again. Where, like, Australia is kind of getting closer to being able to go back to normal, but obviously we're still kind of we're being cautious, or at least I reckon we should be being cautious. But yeah, fingers crossed. Well, where I live, it's gotten really high because almost nobody was listening to the doctors. Ugh, yeah. There was a state in Australia, funnily enough, that wasn't listening to medical advice and got really fucking awful. Although it's kind of annoying that, like, we've had an uptick as we've kind of loosened restrictions because we were really low, and then other states are like, haha, you've got more cases. It's like, fucking, like, you guys were worse for longer. You still have to go through that second thing. That's... A dumbass president doesn't listen, so of course people don't either. Yep. We're really lucky that most of our state heads are pretty good about that, whereas our prime minister is not. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday's special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to that most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors' convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? I just know things will get better eventually. Yeah, things will, but they'll take time. Like, time and level heads. Hopefully. Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find you'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Basically saving money with commissions until then. Yeah, I mean, I'm saving up pretty much a lot of money for when things go back to normal. Then I might be able to buy a decent webcam and also actually hang out with people. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a danger of like going overboard and then making things even worse, but like hopefully by the point we're back to normal, like that's not really an issue. That was also a really odd phrasing of that. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So, what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I know... Ooh, ow. Fucking hang now. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife, so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still ring in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Sky's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Sky? Of course. And it's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? I mean, Nick, you didn't know that, and you were a defense attorney. She works in the building, or comes by the building a lot. Like, I'm not gonna say that she would know better than you, but apparently she does. Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Starr? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. Ooh. The kind you can only tell someone. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Never mind. You win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Starr, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. I mean, it is useful analysis, but speaking as someone who is an intern at the public ministry of my state, the number of prosecutors is really high. In Brazil, 90% of them don't bother going to work most of the week. I guess the reason I take issue with it more is like, usually the heads of these things are more, like, publicly visible, because they're usually the ones that, like, interface with the public a lot. But, again, there's, like, multiple cultural layers to this that may be kind of warping my misunderstanding, because I'm not 100% sure on how it works in America, and I'm definitely not 100% sure on how it works in Japan, and I'm definitely not sure how Japan thinks it works in America. So there's like 3 layers of this that like I need to understand to be like, this is why, or to make an explanation of that. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Starr? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Huh. Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-year-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Starr was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking cough up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Yeah, I guess we move on from here. Okay. That looks a lot like Edgeworth's suit. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Is it Edgeworth? Yeah. Nick's office looks better, honestly. It looks more subdued. Like, yeah, like I would agree, but especially when you're having meetings with like well-to-do people and powerful people, like I guess dressing the room not subtly is probably a better idea, but long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course. I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right. Sister is the chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No! No! It was just Mr. Wright here, Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? Oh, good. What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she can certainly scream. She certainly can scream. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it, right? You think I did it, didn't you? Don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir, Emma Skye. It's nice to meet you again. Now that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit it was a surprise for me too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand... Wait, what did you say? Lana Skye is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. Oh no. You? Mr. Edgeworth? Oh dear. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. I mean, to be fair, we're also kind of illegally searching stuff, so... glass houses? Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's got to be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Skye? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Oh. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I kept in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth's knife. The murder weapon. Usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Traces of victim's blood. No prints. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Nick. The person who is suspected to have done it confessed. There is a witness that corroborates this. And the only people that are suspecting Edgeworth is because of rumors. This is a really fucking dumb question. Especially given the last case you covered had him honest to God thinking he killed someone when he didn't. I think he would be the kind of person that would admit when he was guilty. Come on, can't he take a joke? That's a really fucking bad joke. You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Goddamn right. Do you know who this is? Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? Oh, right, he is the other prosecutor. I wish I could be on the same side as Miss Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm gonna start getting depressed. Fair enough. Okay. So we've done all that. I guess I could present this to her. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady. Why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Yeah, you got me. Actually, you know what? We could examine a few things in the office. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's getting way too excited about this. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? That's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Why? Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors, at the Prosecutors Department on the day of the murder. Alright. My. What an amazing bouquet. Just right for Miss Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? Oh. Oh. Tacky trophy. Agreed. Poor Edgeworth indeed. The work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. Yeah. In fact, I think that's meant to just be a pawn, so not just in a tight spot. That game is over. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. Are they describing shogi? Not quite. Hey Val, how's it going? This room is full of symbolism. Yes, a lot. I think that's everything. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing. The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavour. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Right. Ease up. It's tea. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Kind of sweating every time I look at the Exalted Orb price in PoE, because they're like up to 200 chaos at the moment. So I'm like, I just want a 5-link Chevron's wrappings. Just please let me have it. So I don't know how long that's going to take. I thought I'd have the currency for it now, but I really haven't been getting any good drops or crafts, which kind of sucks, but I saw it's kind of crazy, yeah. Like last league, I don't even think it spiked that high, but what a view. Must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. And I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, we need to jump out this window. The time until impact with the ground would be... Got it. Approximately 3.23 seconds. That's handy to know. Yeah, sure. Okay, I got a piece of evidence at least, so... I'm gonna present it to him again, just cause... Oh, I can check it too. Ooh. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. Guess he must be a foreigner? Sort of. You know, hails from Transylvania. Ah, yeah, that's probably it. Well, whatever. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does have kind of a ring to it. There's a fist on the back. Whoop. Okay, that seems to be it then. Wow, I don't remember this at all. Yeah, it's like, since it's given me this mechanic, I probably should be, like, looking at every piece of evidence like this. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that, or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild? Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now there's a scary thought. I complained about what the no longer pixel art of characters look like in this version, but the 3D objects look much better. Oh, 100%, yeah. Like, I think we discussed this earlier, but obviously to some extent, those sprites had to be like pixelated just to kind of look clear, or they incidentally were. But yeah, like, having full 3D renders of that in, like, 1080p or whatever is... they're gonna look a little bit better than they would have on the DS. Right, I didn't actually present him with this. So, basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You could take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why is that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about this award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Yeah, that's a good... Because now it sounds like there were things happening at 2 different places now. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when... Oh, and that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Edgeworth's parking stub. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot. Entered lot at 5:12. Wow, there's only 3 minutes difference between... There's only 3 minutes difference between him entering the parking lot and the time at which the detective was stabbed. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back? What, right? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh, hello. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Skye? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Skye, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. He's also got a bandaged hand. What the hell? I wasn't aware of the particulars by your... Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right. Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But, sir, I didn't know... Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Wow. Fucking rude. He actually faded out really slowly there. That was kind of sad. Like, usually people, like, blink in and out of existence reasonably quickly. But that was, like, decidedly slow. He's holding some kind of Japanese amulet. Yeah, it reminded me of something I saw in P5, I think? P5R? Kasumi... Kasumi has, like, a good luck charm or something that looked a lot like that. Right. Yes, sir? God, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Well, let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down at least. Alrighty. I knew I recognized that shape from somewhere. It was the police department's mascot. Okay, just from the opening scene then, it seems like two different things were happening, and I think the actual murder took place in the police department. At least that would be my guess. Phew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh, wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Fucking gumshoe, you dork. Hey, pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem too busy. Seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. I have a hard time imagining him dancing. Yeah, especially in that very, like, robotic sort of, like, fucking way. That would have been bizarre. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal, and I'm also kind of surprised that we focused on that first. Like, it makes sense in a narrative sense that, like, oh, look, you know, the mascot is kind of dancing. But the very first thing you notice as a person is, like, why is Gumshoe dancing with a mascot? Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. I'm sure you are. Anyway, I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office, and she killed him. What if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Come on, pal, there's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's just... It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing, really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Oof. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true, we've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So, anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Can I just walk in? No, okay. Actually, yeah. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth guy got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Oh, you know what we didn't check? Nothing on the back. Miles Edgeworth, 1712. This is dated the day of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up at a couple of extra red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. Just goes to show you never know what will happen when you run a yellow light. Sure. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to return it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa! Now I remember! Bruce Goodman! He's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, that actually did give me an option. Good. So this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Skye called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. Like, it's been shown that the game will not, like, dick me over for showing something I shouldn't be showing, but I'm still gonna be cautious. Found in Miss Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Miss Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Skye to do such a thing? Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Like, what's the point in using Edgeworth's stuff and then confessing to it anyway? Like, I guess there's a witness, but like, ugh. Sorry, I had something stuck in my teeth. Like, like, on a surface level, I could probably understand it in terms of, maybe she thinks, okay, I'm going to set up someone else for this just to make it look like it wasn't me. I'm going to do it to Edgeworth. Why would she do it to Edgeworth, though? And then she gets caught, and it's like, well, fuck. I mean, I could, like, say, no, it was Edgeworth, but, like, someone saw me. I don't know. Unless... Unless he was in the trunk the whole time, and then the prosecutor comes up to open the trunk, sees it, realizes Edgeworth's being set up, and takes the blame for it. It seems unlikely. Like, I feel like the prosecutor would just say, no, it wasn't me. But that does almost pin Edgeworth for the crime, so, like... Huh. Wait, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have... someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Yeah, it seems like whatever happened 2 years ago might be important, because if the victim was related to the case 2 years ago, and Edgeworth was related to the case 2 years ago, you'd be killing two birds with one stone by killing one of them and setting up the other for murder. Oh. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Right. Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there are always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. I mean, I'm willing to go back and talk to Edgeworth again. He's not here. Well then. We didn't get any new evidence. Oh, you know what? Could you take a look at this? You... Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me. Must have been... you must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it. So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so Edgeworth's disappeared. And so has Lana. Good. Great. Okay. So... Edgeworth is a busy man. Yeah, apparently. Well, I mean, he is prosecuting tomorrow, and we're all over the place doing stuff, so that would make sense. Although I'm kind of, Oh, I can look at this in 3D now. Nice. Oh, hello. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. And I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, it'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. Once again, I feel like this is going to become important. I was wondering about that. What? The Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. His masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. I knew this was going to be a piece of evidence just from the opening scene, but I didn't think I would get it like this. Work of art designed by the Chief of Detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No. Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Received from Detective Gumshoe. Allows bearer to investigate the crime scene. Letter of introduction. There's also a bit of writing on there. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Okay, hold up. Oh no, I can't rotate it. Damn it. The fuck does this say? Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe? Let's see. Annual bonus, $20. Ouch! I think a couple of zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Ouch! That's fucking rough. I thought it was gonna be like, he just scribbled a note on it and just ended up using that anyway. Poor guy. Gumshoe must be living in a cardboard at this point. Well, I mean, he's probably getting his regular salary, he's just not getting bonuses, so he's probably living, like, paycheck to paycheck, to be honest. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh. They're dead. Wait a minute. Whoa, hold on. She was saying that her boyfriend works security. Okay, hang on. I'm going to let this play out just to make sure that's what happened. Oh, still here. Hello? Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. Oh. Oh. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Oh, we get to talk to him now. Holy shit. There's something I wanted to ask you. Scene of the crime. Cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. Wow, she changes boyfriends faster than Larry gets dumped. Ooh. I mean, you're not wrong, but ooh. I was also going to say, like, wow, I didn't realize Ace Attorney acknowledged polygamy. Sorry, polyamorous. Not polygamy. That's a different thing. Oh, that's a slightly different thing. Cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? Should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? What? It does not compute. Hang on. See the crime. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his... Oh, hopeless case is in this guy, not the case. I was like, what the fuck is that meant to mean? There's something I wanted to ask you. Oh no, okay. Right. That wasn't a specific... Okay, sure. Whoops. No, don't... Ah, damn it. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't go to present. Like basket case? Yeah, pretty much. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right in the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. Maybe investigate? Gumshoe? Oh, that old cow dog. You holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries, this proves it's from Detective Gumshoe, better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right, he's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. He's just saying old western phrases now. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land. Yes. Settling land. Where people... I'm not even going to go there. That manifest destiny is a yikes term, unfortunately. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. Okay, fine. Sure. Whatever. Okay, phone. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Check it out. Right. Let's check it out. Oh, that's doing it by itself. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap, of course. These are hard to come by, you know. I see the series is as popular as ever with kids. Alright, we got anything on the... No, okay. So, we've got a button on the side, we've got this hatch on the back, which is probably the battery. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Oh look, that early 2000s design. Yeah, flip phones. Whew, that takes me back. to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Hang on a second, he's like... Isn't he like 23-ish? In 2000? In the 2000s? That's a bit much. Jesus. Okay, now we can look at it like this. I'm assuming it's probably going to be nothing on the back and then just hit the redial button. Alright, let's hit it. Now to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. That's actually a good point. Yeah, but she's like 14, right? Yeah, but... So, I suppose this is a unique perspective for me, because I have a brother and sister that are in their teens now, and I'm 29. And obviously I'm a lot more tech-focused because... Well, I mean, I'm streaming a video game on the internet, but it would like, I can see that as a joke that my brother and sister would use, but not a legit criticism. Like, I think that would be kind of silly, but yeah, obviously I'm not in the same position as Wright, who doesn't look at the evidence in his own record, so. It's probably a bit more relevant in that situation. Hey, that song. I know that. It's the theme song. Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed the redial button on that there phone, didn't you? Well... Yeah. Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prosecutor Sky. What? It's my sister's. She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that. Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. Oh. She was trying to call Phoenix. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. Someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh. I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Cell phone added to the court record. Property of Lana Sky. Last call made at 5:18 on the day of the murder. So, 5:12, Edgeworth drives in. 5:15, Lana is over the trunk of the car with the body. And at 5:18, she tries to call Phoenix. Huh. Interesting. This rope, is it? Yep. They laid it out and they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So, wait. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You have got to be the only person You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort? Look, something's written on it. 675 12 2. Oh, 67S122. Goodman. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed? Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Goodman's note. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. 6-7S 12/2. Interesting. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Busted? Crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Cool. Cellular. Defense attorneys are regulated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Oh, and he's gone now. Okay. I mean, I could show this around to see if I can get anything from it. But oh no, he's still here. Fuck it. Alright, compadre, count to 3. Huh? You gotta do that if you're going to draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. Remind me never to visit Texas. Oh, okay, he's just... yeah, cool. Alright. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He said good men die young, didn't he? I just got it. He was a detective, right? Well, well, aren't you a feisty doggy there? Now, Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. Smiling Madonna told me the tale. Yeah, your girlfriend. I'm sure that wouldn't be a fucking compromised source of information or anything. I think he means a witness, Miss Angela Starr. 1 stab to the chest. Fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Death due to blood loss. Due to loss of blood. 1 knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Within an hour and a half? That's such a massive window of time. What the shit? Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the Chief Prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems. I call an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me? Why, it's all 2 years ago. What the hell? But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but an old sad cow dog, sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth. Yeah, didn't actually come to think of it. Gumshoe said that they weren't letting anyone below or at his pay grade to be involved in this. Yet this guy is in charge of the crime scene? Something about that's weird. Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just he don't realize it yet. Oh, maybe it was specifically him and he got told something else? I don't know. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a goldmine of evidence against her. And the prosecutor tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. Now, I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall? Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prosecutor's office. Dry wind or ill will. Someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever he took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambino. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What? You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Seal Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids. The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. Oh. Oh. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Last call made to her sister, Emma, at 5:18 on the day of the murder. A detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Oh, shit. So, it's been 2 hours, and we just got to the trial. Oh, boy. Okay, so we're gonna do trial former? Okay. So I think I'm gonna have lunch after this trial. Because I did have a very late breakfast, so I can kind of keep going. But, yeah. The next morning. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of grey areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big grey area. Don't worry about me. No matter what the outcome, I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Skye, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. I remember really enjoying the trials for this case. It's stacking up to be, like, potentially really big, so... My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. Well, I mean... I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. I'm still... Like, I don't know if I should be reading into it too much, but I swear this is, like, his internal dialogue, and, Emma has been responding to that, and I don't know whether I should be reading into it or not. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. At least it's someone. Gotta prepare my gruff voice now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Ho, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. Ah, and for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. I feel like my voice for him changed. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Oh, hurry it up. We have tapioca here, and even I don't know what a pickled tapioca is supposed to taste like. Yeah, that's a... what's the word? That's a flavor profile that I'm, like, wincing at, to be honest. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective? Aha! I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up Queen Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot with Edgeworth's car. Nice. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr. Wait, are they talking about me? Okay. I feel like this case is going to be a tough one, so, here we go. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Wow, that's a reference. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Time to press everything. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Ah. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless, despite the fact that I just implicated myself to having a bias against a prosecutor, who is the perpetrator in this case. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes. This boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot in Block A. Or in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. Yeah, and that would be from behind the car, so like... I feel... Okay, I'm gonna take a shot at this just right here. I feel... No, but he was standing in the picture, so like... No, I won't make a thing just yet. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like... how would you say? Oh, yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Then I must be hard-yellowed and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. What? Why the drive-by? In any case, there, in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean... Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you're sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me? I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline somewhere. Elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of a lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness? Why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, is this most certainly the defendant? Uh-oh. That is unmistakably Lana's Sky. Wearing gloves, so that's why there are no prints. Blood on the right side. She's not wearing the coat with her arms through it, though, which is kind of strange. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Okay, that's the same side. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say that the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a bit better metaphor? So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, Chief Prosecutor... yeah, her arm is not in the thing in that. But her left arm is. Actually, hold on a second. Does that make sense? There was blood splattered on her right. She's wielding the knife with her right, but like the closest bit to him is her left arm, which is in the jacket. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Star's testimony is flawless. Sounds perfectly fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, I'm having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Okay, so we're back to the top. So we pressed everything. So there's got to be a hole in this testimony, then. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend, when I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, and then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Oh, shut up. Yeah, I know. Okay. Oh, shit, no. I just wanna... Okay, so you can clearly see the chain link. It's also clearly an A block. It's from the same angle as, it's from the same angle that she would presumably be in. Like, when we were in there, we were looking at this side of the car, and A was there. So, like, if this was mirrored, for example, the A would be on the other side, and that would make sense, because it's like, well, hang on, that's not the way we have presented this. It's also not where the body was found. Shit, this is a tough one. was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. A lunchbox? Also, I don't know if I'm reading into it, but, Edgeworth did point out before that it's too early for lunch, and she was doing this at 5:15? Oh, shit. You sense something? You're saying, yeah. Felt like, how would I say? Oh, yes. I have no idea what that means. Bruce Goodman was there. Yes, he was like young cheese. In any case, back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. When I sensed something, perhaps... Yep. What was the line before this? I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend. Oh, yeah, and then we go through this whole thing. The security guard room is the security guard room is in the lot in block A block. It's up on the second floor, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. I don't know if this is press worthy, or like present evidence worthy, but but if she was going to the security room, would she... Like, you don't have access to that from that parking lot. But the problem is that I'm not sure if I can present this here as evidence, because it's like, well, no, I was going to go around and back into there. Like, I had just parked my car when I did this. I'm gonna give that a shot, actually. Whoa. Oh, right, I've reached the end. That flicks by so fast that it's kind of weird. In fact, it's weird that it doesn't happen instantly, but... Okay, we're gonna give this a shot. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence and that statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Ah. Oh. Shit. Alright, well... It's quick loading. Lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something... Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. I don't know if that's... This is hard. Holy shit. I think... And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with a knife. Yeah, what I was going to say is that... I don't know if you could say that if Goodman's back if Goodman's back is facing Angel, like, how are you 100% sure that he was stabbed? As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is a photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Oh, that's actually a very good point. Fuck. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yeah. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the Chief Prosecutor's coat? Well, dark stains. It's not in colour. Well, but it's a black and white photograph. Yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? Ugh, you got a better idea? I mean, this is the only path I've got, so like... Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. Not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the Chief Prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? It was not premeditated. If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing these gloves. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder. A serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the Chief Prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can take it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. Are we really doing this again? You don't need to... Okay, I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was fine. Finally, Detective... Through the wire fence, I saw the Chief Prosecutor standing next to a garage car. The murder was planned. The gloves prove it. This is kind of weak. I could make an argument that, okay, maybe it was premeditated that he was going to kill her, but sorry, that she was going to kill him. Got that mixed up. Edgeworth wasn't gonna be there, though. I feel like I could make an argument here that's like, well, okay, so what you're saying is that any handprints on the knife? No, there were no fingerprints on the knife. And she was wearing gloves, so that's consistent. There's nothing to really pin it on. Oh, never mind, she was wearing gloves. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I could make an argument here that's like, well, Edgeworth only arrived there 3 minutes beforehand, and he was meant to be at the police department. So, Skye couldn't have known that she could use Edgeworth's car as part of this. She also didn't use a weapon. She also used something that could have been, that was like incidentally there. There's something about there's something about the fact that this was done with Edgeworth stuff that I feel can be made to make an argument that, like, no, this wasn't premeditated by Skye. It couldn't have been. He just arrived and she used something that was just there. Like, it's probably nothing. This evidence clearly reveals... No, they don't. I'll take one. That's fine. But I will save now. Okay, I think... This is a long shot. I hope this is going to go where I think it is, but it may not. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. No, it's not. It's in his toolbox. Oh, indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? Bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there? The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mummy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Thank you. Okay, this is going where I thought it was. Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. What the hell? Order! Order! Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if this was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs to prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing...
I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again.
Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now? Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. That's not true. There was only one stab. One knife wound, yep. Got that one.
The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it?
So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy?
In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
I'm still gonna press all of these, but... You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie.
I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she was about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again.
Rookie. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something's half-baked here, alright, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did... Oh, God. All the voices are blending together. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. You have no proof that Miss Skye called him there. You have no proof that she didn't.
Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts?
There is no record of a call made on the defendant, Miss Lana Skye's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on! You could have tried public phone first, at least. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered.
I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness? Why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day?
Sure, the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See, we agree there is a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree?
I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty.
This judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. That's not accurate. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under your feet as we wait, Miss Starr.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to loss of blood from one stab wound.
Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth.
What a hunk. He's my hero, really. But what about my objection? No one noticed. Oh, that sucks. Moss Lunch. Yeah, that's...
Well, witness.
You got the crime scene set, right?
Oh, thanks.
I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible.
So, you're saying you mistook something for blood?
When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice.
Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify.
Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. That's bullshit. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation.
The witness is clearly not suited for detective work.
What?
The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph.
Huh? But that can't be.
Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good.
In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red, really.
Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business.
What?
Very well, witness, continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least.
Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part out of her testimony.
Most important part?
The part where your sister stabs the victim.
This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Starr, resistance is futile. Wait, didn't someone say that someone had attempted to drive the body out? Someone testified that, or someone said that at least.
You're quite determined about this scarf, aren't you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Starr.
That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, like, cobra is kind of a snake.
Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten.
No thanks.
Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum.
An oil drum?
Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Wow.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will.
After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to... Okay, yeah, that's bullshit. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. No, fuck! God damn it. Should have pressed further.
You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Press. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes? Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing. The cough-up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? That's bullshit. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Fuck! What? Oh! I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Oh my god, fuck off. No. Okay, hold on. There's something I'm not understanding here. So... I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. What's the problem here? So, my logic here is that, she couldn't have quickly caught her because the chain link fence was in the way, but contradicting her with the photo isn't enough. Like, we pressed her, we went over that. Then I was like, okay, well, she still managed to call, her sister during that time. So it can't have been that quickly. If she did indeed kill him at 5:15, then... Hang on, I'm gonna reread this again. I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press it for more details. Press. I'd like to see this on the floor plans just to be safe. The Lunchland car was in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you? I went over it, of course. Amazing, the cough-up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high too, so how did Miss Sky not get away? So wait, do I have to contradict the fact that she was running away? I don't think she made to escape then. No, that's gonna cost me. Fuck. I don't get it. I don't think I remember this part. That's alright. I gotta figure it out. So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? Quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. I guess we'll continue pressing. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? I don't remember exactly. I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word? Just that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. There we go. Phone. She can't mean... By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory... It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order. And so she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. Things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. The word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. Okay, I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall. Okay, that is bullshit. Like, come on, that's trash. Right? You can't have seen her if she was behind the partition. Shit. There we go. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What? Order, order. What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about what she saw, where she saw it, the order of events. Where she saw it. I'm just gonna say it because I am on low health. Miss Skye tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Skye using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness? when she saw the crime. All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Star witnessed this crime was here. Okay, so it's somewhere in A. And she must have been, like, around here, right? Or the security room? Oh, she would have been in the security room. So then she could see what was happening down here, and then... Yeah, I'm going to say there. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed. The security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness not being part of the prosecutor's office couldn't... The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Star? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Star. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands. No, it fucking doesn't. Are you Edgeworth? What the fuck are you talking about? I disagree, Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Star witnessed a crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Angle of view to the crime, distance of the crime, difference in lighting. Angle of view to the crime. She couldn't have taken a photo through the chain link fence seeing, it is Lana, right? Yeah, okay, I'm not imagining that I'm just getting her name wrong. Lana. Yeah. Why the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and, she would have... She would have sort of a more 3D view of the crime. And this is important. Why? Fuck you! What? What? What the fuck? It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that could change what she saw. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye? Well, witness? You? Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh, boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. Are you kidding? So then you took the photo after... Okay, no. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Yes, I do. Objection! 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea, I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Skye dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright! That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, this court is adjourned. I unfortunately missed that. I didn't hear whether that was a hold it from her or not. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off of me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Ah. This is your jumbo lunchbox. Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. I don't think I remember. Blackmail. Yeah, literally. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? Oh, fucking god damn it. Should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Yeah, no fucking shit. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
That... What? There was blood found on that shoe?
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Witness? What's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence?
Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself.
And you had blood tests performed?
Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics.
In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence.
What?
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged.
Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Fucking god. I want to eat lunch, damn it. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? Okay, I'm gonna press everything here. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. You must be liking seeing her lunchbox animations, then. In a very, like, I really want to eat way? Yeah. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. What the fuck?
Then why didn't you just tell the truth?
Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This when the suspect is admitting she did it?
But false testimony is the most... it's the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with.
And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? No, you fucking didn't. And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive.
So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe.
I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen.
I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next.
2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analysed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective.
The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it.
Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types. 4 types. A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood.
That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright.
Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Miss Lana Skye's.
So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe.
That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some, like your client, she's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? Problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Well, so, no, there isn't. The shoe probably has the blood of both of them on it. That doesn't mean she fucking stabbed him. Like, there's no problem. No, there's nothing there. And if I just stab blindly at it, I'll hurt my case. Come on, Mr. Wright, I know you can find something. Some kind of off-the-cuff contradiction? I'm trying to avoid saying things off the cuff today. It's pretty sly hiding the evidence like that. There's nothing sly about a lawyer using the law as a weapon. In any case, science is always on our side. Don't forget, scientific investigation is the wave of the future. Maybe I should investigate this evidence a little more closely. Oh, that's actually a really good point. Shit. Yeah, because we have this now, so I can check it. Oh. Ah, there's blood here too. On the sole of the shoe. It's gotta be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. Oh, wait, is this... his own blood? All this blood. It's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. Wait, I'm confused. Did I misunderstand whose shoe that was? Oh, it's the victim's. What does that mean? Actually, hang on. Maybe I can look at the blood on the top of the shoe as well? This blood, it's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. So there's none of his blood on the top of his shoe, but it's on the bottom. That seems a bit weird.
I'm gonna save again. Because I'm doing really awful in this case. Now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up before? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Fucking absolutely not. It's not. Oh, no, it's... Yeah. No. So you brought it to the forensics department. Yep. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. So this is a bit where I'm kind of, I don't know if this is a contradiction. But she's hiding the fact... She's hiding the... Okay, assuming Phoenix is correct in saying that Lana's blood is on top and his blood is underneath the shoe. She's being a bit obtuse in terms of the positions of these, which I feel is important. But none of her comments really... like, really contradict it, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think there's anything inside it. There's obviously the... This feels like he was still alive. Like... No, that's not... No, fuck. Load. Now to the matter of the victim's shoe, did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of defendant Miss Lana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Oh, maybe I should actually press here? I guess maybe I do have a problem with it then. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. That would be this. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe? There's no blood on the floor. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order, order, order. Well, witness? What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright. But it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey. I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What?
I see. Now I get it.
Get what?
Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect.
Chief Prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman, Rao.
I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do.
No kidding.
Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty?
Oh, that.
I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth.
Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
Witness! Well, was the oil drum empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Fuck off! Water? What does that mean?
Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean...
Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason, and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. Okay, so there's a problem with that. Why didn't she do that? Why did she do that in reaction to Star trying to chase her? Why wouldn't she do that, like, immediately? That'd be, like, one of the first things she did. Like, Star wouldn't have witnessed that. That would have been the thing you immediately did. Like, and there's that, like, 5-minute gap, so I would presume that, Lana would have done that immediately.
The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe?
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But...
Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well.
But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water.
This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye.
What? Little girl. What did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well. I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
Wait, witness, don't tell me that you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court.
Your threats don't scare me. They scare the cough-up queen. Look at this.
A photograph?
I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
I see no room for error in this evidence.
Mr. Wright, wait.
Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind, immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph. I mean, isn't this not how the body was positioned? That's one thing that's different. In fact, if I recall correctly, the body was out on the asphalt. There's also the thing in the muffler? I also can't save here, unfortunately. I fucking should have done that before. Problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor. You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part of a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see. And I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Muffler. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ugh. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? No, I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any questions unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Whew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all.
He's still hungry? I know I am. Fuck. That didn't go so well. And I'm sleepy. Yeah, it must be getting pretty late. Yeah. I'll probably go until the next trial. I'm not sure. I'll see what happens. But nonetheless, I'm going to grab some lunch real quick, because I'm really fucking hungry. And I will leave you with this music for now. Boy, do I have something to fucking say, about that, one of those sequences there. Yeah, so I'm gonna grab lunch real quick. Oh, if you're going game over, I hope you have a good day. Have a good sleep. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes after I have prepared lunch. It's scarily on topic.
Okay. Oh, I forgot a fork. Damn it. 1 sec. Alright. Oh, actually, I'm gonna move the mic. I'm just muting that so I don't deafen anyone that's listening right now. Oh wow, you can actually see that steam on webcam. This thing is so old that, like, I honestly didn't think it'd catch it that clearly, but, guess it's a testament to how hot the food is. Okay, so first off, there was a bit in that case that I wasn't really a fan of. I need to go back and look at the logic like a bit more. But it was the bit where we had established that Star was in the what do you call it? The security room. So if she was there, she couldn't have taken the photos immediately. She said that she, like, quickly took out a camera and snapped the photo. And it's like, okay, that's a contradiction. If you're saying now that you were actually in the security office, how could you have taken that camera from the scene of the crime? Or from, how could you have taken that photo immediately after the crime was committed? Right? But I guess the idea is that she ran out around, snapped the photo, and then jumped over the fence. But the way they went about, like, they contradicted it in a different way, but I was like, okay, so the photo is still correct, but the testimony about it was incorrect? Like, I guess that's where it's technically not a contradiction. The photo was still taken from that angle. I guess the fact that, the fact that it was taken a bit later seems inconsequential to the fact that she has a big blank in her, her witnessing the crime, I guess? I don't know, I really wasn't a fan of that. I wasn't a fan of that taking health from me. Like, if you showed the contradiction and it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, then I was down there, and it's like, okay, well, change your testimony because fucking that's... Well, okay, we established you lied about that, but that's not really the point here. Then I could understand it, but it just like went, no, that's wrong. And I'm like, fuck off. I don't know. I'd have to go back and really think about that again, but just off the cuff, it seems... I don't like how that was positioned. I don't know. It's gonna be a long case though. We're finally into investigation day 2, and it's been almost 4 hours. Yeah, like, I guess I understand what was going on there. I'm just not really a fan of, it punishing me for showing a contradiction that... I don't know. Like, I guess I was technically wrong in that I was thinking, okay, well, you know, that was taken, like, well. Like, that photo was taken well after the crime, not immediately taken, which is true. But it's not contradictory in the way I thought it was, maybe? I don't know. It's, It's... Fuck, I was about to say something and then it just got away from me. Never mind. Oh, where was, I think I forgot to check. Shit, where is it? I better start eating. Man, I'm gonna have a super late dinner tonight. There was a bit of a dip there, but Streamlabs doesn't look like it's weird. Maybe my PC just kind of stopped for a second. I'm I'm actually still kind of sour about that whole situation. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm dwelling on it now and just, like, wondering if I was being dumb about it. But I don't know. It's weird, because, like... the like, step-by-step thing is usually a Danganronpa thing. And this game has asked me to make a lot more leaps in logic, I feel. Or, like, make bigger statements than just a simple contradiction a lot of times. I didn't expect it to be, like, very picky about the sequence of events. It may turn out that that's important later on, and establishing that is more important, but I feel like that particular punishment for pointing out that particular contradiction shouldn't have been... or should have been more like, okay, we can establish that this is actually the case for this photo now, update the evidence, cool. Moving on, because that doesn't quite get us out of the situation we're in. I don't know. sorry, I should explain what I'm doing. I'm chatting to someone about Persona 5 Royal at the moment. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, someone I know just missed the true ending. It's funny. So I played. I might as well talk about this tangent while I'm here. Ow. I played through that game, or Persona 5 in general, I played through about 4 or 5 times. And in Royal, I actually managed to max every confidant. I actually managed to max out every confidant and get max stats before, like, you know, the big end of the game. Or at least, you know, at every point it would have mattered. Like, I don't know if it was that easy before, or if it was just because I kind of got the gist of how the game wants me to do everything. But I actually didn't even, like, understand why I had done it. So I ended up, like, writing a spreadsheet of my month-to-month activities as they were listed in the game. Just to be like, what the fuck actually happened here? How did I do this? Unfortunately, like... Oh, so what they did is, in the calendar, it'll show you, what you did, during the week, or during any given day. The problem is that, like, big events where you can still spend time can actually end up blocking, certain things that you did. So, for example, when a palace starts, or rather, when you get the option to start, like, infiltrating a palace, of your own volition, not just, like, the story beats going into there, it says, you know, this palace started, but during that day, you can spend time doing something else, and it'll just get blanked out because that particular message takes precedence for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. That might actually help this person if they go back and do it, though. Damn it.
Maybe I should link that. I wonder if I made that spreadsheet public. I probably didn't, because I didn't think I was going to share it with anyone. I was actually going to use it for myself, because now that I had magically somehow managed to stumble on a way to get max stats and max confidence, I was like, well, I'm not gonna like risk fucking that up again. I might as well just copy exactly what I did before. The problem is there's a lot of information that's not there. Like the stuff that takes no time to do isn't noted down. There are spots that like deliberately that like end up erasing activities that you've done. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that ends up kind of obfuscating it a bit. Anyway, I'm done with lunch now, so I'm going to quickly wash up, and then we'll get back to it. Alright. Actually, hold on. Oh, shit, that's the wrong one. You. this, oh, here we go. Yeah, that would do it. Should I do this now? No, stream. I'll do it later. I can always tell them about it later. Alright. Where's Streamlabs gone? There you are. Okay. Oh. Can move all this back now. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Yeah, pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Oh, hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was young, and at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down, tighter than a fort in enemy territory. And hard to slip out. That hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. Huh. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken? Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Hooey! Oh, wait, we're back in the courtroom? Oh, shit. I thought we were going to an investigation. Shit, this is gonna be a long-ass fucking case. I'd, like to resume.
What's up? Judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well, then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? Okay. What's this Paper Mario music playing right now? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Why does that little mark on his chest look familiar? Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Oh, it's you! Yeah? Oh. Sorry I'm late. Uggy? The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, eh, Uggy? How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, smizzy, Uggy. My boy, you have to relax. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy? Udgy. Oh, Udgy. Seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Ah, so you're Righto, the attorney I've heard good things about you. The attorney I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks. So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's a top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant. Demon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy over here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. Oh, but to think it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. Oh. It's really quite embarrassing even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth! How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? No, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, they really are trying to set up Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes. Well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Oh, it's gonna do it for me. You know, you could have just gone left and it would have been... Yeah, okay. There's a small tag on this knife. Huh, it says 11307. Weird. Oh, sorry. Sorry, 11037. Seems to say... I was joking! You can't be fucking serious. Okay. What does that mean? Well, I've had something similar. DL6, Incident DL6. Of DL6 Incident fame. But it's strange. Huh? What is? I'm not certain, but I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this somehow? So what's this? Oh, whatever. There we go. What? Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Found at the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. Can't rotate it. I guess it's possible this is, like, upside down. And then that would be the 2nd of... it would be February 21st. Which would refer to the day before, which was 2 years to the day of another crime. I guess we're gonna do this rigmarole again. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. Or an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. That time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it.
Yeah, except it is actually connected.
There was a murder at the police department? A detective? Oh, that's hush-hush information, Hudgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15? That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order, order, order. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Alright, I mean, I guess I'll go right for the throat then. This knife is special, I can't say how here, unless there's evidence to prove there's a connection between the knife and Goodman. Yes, there is. Wait a second. Ah, at last. An honest-to-goodness objection. This knife, this has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Ah, an honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? Ah, this is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9 too. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7 S 12 divided by 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside... The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on this knife's tag. Order, order. Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. Oh, I guess you know what? I should probably press that then. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. The detective was killed at the police department. What a mess. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested them, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto? I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing, and one thing only. We already know when the victim died. We know how the victim was killed. I could probably guess.
Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed. So, meta knowledge, I already know that this person was stabbed. Or it's very heavily implied that this person was stabbed. I think I want to know where the victim was found. Oh, no, actually, no. No, I know the victim was killed in the police station, so this is the only one I think that's an actual valid thing. Oh my god, there's trial former and trial latter. Oh, there are 2-part trials now, no. Or 2-part trials within a day. Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Ah, no, that's the interesting part. It was what we in the Force call a stabbing with a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. Ah, that's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. Oh. Wait, can I ask him more about this then? Tell you one thing, I guess I can repeat it. Where was the victim found? So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? That knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gann to testify about the details. Chief. The defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Huh, you don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention, the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There didn't seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet, and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's division, the victim's ID number, the victim's gender. That would uniquely identify them. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not.
You won't tell me their name, after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Like, I knew that was going to be the case, because, like, that's the only ID number we know. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82... I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number of the victim at the police department, 58... tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning... It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's see what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? Their identity. Witness? What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just... I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. Police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82... I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of the police gave us was 5842189. Well, wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what you're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time, and in a completely different location. Order! 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 Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Well, didn't you hear me? The oversight. The grave error? Mr. Edgeworth. They're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Oh, shit. Officer... Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright. Where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Oh my god. I just noticed he's also saluting in his ID photo in almost that exact same pose. That's great. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me... He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged? Wow, okay, no, let's not say that. He looks clumsy, perhaps incompetent, but yikes. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law, Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before trial. This report wasn't on that list. So what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over here. Good job, Wright, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day, as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Fucking okay, shit. Of course. So wait, we were in that trial for like 15 minutes tops. I did say I wanted to get to the next... I did say I do want to get past this investigation bit. Because that'll be roughly halfway, I think, the way these cases are structured. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Okay, we're just going straight there. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Wait, what? Oh my god, maybe I was right. Maybe they did transport his body using Edgeworth's car? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is... luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Ugh. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? It's so... ugh. Emma, you're shaking. It's just... this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Also, this isn't blood. This is evidence of... okay. Well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What was odd about this? Scientifically? Perpetrator and detective... the perpetrator and detective fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean... look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans, when we find a bloodstain, okay? Oh, that's helpful. See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid, received from one very proud-looking Emma Sky. Solution used for scientific investigations, finds blood traces, spray to use. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're investigating a crime now, doesn't it? I guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Why are we talking to her again? You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? Wait, which photograph? Like the crime photo? So you were a detective, weren't you, mister? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect, and before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, near I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Oh, I didn't present. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? What, are you fucking serious? As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? It puts me back here, and then I can't talk to her about it. Like I can't ask her about it. What the fuck? Oh, seriously? Oh. You, yes. You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, she didn't even look. You must have to brew the, we're going through this again. What? Fucking Christ. It's almost coming up on 5 hours, too. I mean, I did start pretty late. I could go a bit later tomorrow to make up for it. If I start on time, that is. Ow. No, I should at least figure this out before I hang it up for the night. Like, it kind of directly asked me, like, or implied that I should be talking to her about the SL9 incident, but fucking what? Fine. Fucking. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast, they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here, after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Are we just gonna be able to... Oh, it's... evidence room entrance. Wow. It told me it was a guard station, but it didn't say it was anywhere near the... I guess you could figure that out, but geez, that's not really, What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime. Sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Yeah, me too. Look, on the floor. A lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here? But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. That's an understatement. I think the more important bit is that. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room in here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Oh, I really thought that the Texas thing was going to be... Yipes. These sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Yeah, I mean, fucking, come on, right? There's a security guard uniform hanging there. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Okay. Maybe we can't do anything here just yet? The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say to be more of a yeah myself. Okay, I guess we can't go in then because no one's here. Cool. Great. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yeah, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Looks like Miss Skies is in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they arrested a suspect in the police department murder? Let's come back later. I mean, I'm clearly meant to, like, talk to her about this, but, like... Look, door, this must mean something. It's... Oh, it's this again. Like, I don't know what I'm meant to present to her. Because she's like, oh yeah, SL9, yeah. Like, or I guess we'll go through it again. SL9 incident. And on that note, Goodman was the head detective of it. Knife was evidence. It was transferred, or it was going to be transferred. SL9 isn't over yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Question mark. Cool. What the fuck? Like, I don't have anything else related to SL9, and I can't talk to her about it. I really feel like I've run into a, like, I don't want to say a bug, but, like, Jesus Christ, episode 5. Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? So... if you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. This is really stupid. That was part of a different conversation, and it's stopping me from asking the question about SL9 until I present this. Why? Fuck. Could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time. And now we can talk about the fucking Essos. That's so dumb. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. Like, I really don't like looking that stuff up, but... It seemed like that was unintended, where it specifically references something that I should have been able to talk about, but it didn't want me to start talking about that until I presented the photo. But it probably should have given me the option to have that other conversation until... Although I guess I was presenting evidence, so it's technically not... I don't know, there's something about that sequence of events that's just kind of... That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolman, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Marshall. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over. And he was demoted. However, he wasn't forgotten, and he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell? There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. What? Seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch. Marshall is... Yep, putting Marshall in a good mood. Nice. Miss Star. Officer Marshall, is he your... are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Alright, now we go to the police department. Yep. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that... One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Don't show him... Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal. You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just the rest of them, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Oh. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room? Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Oh, it was literally telling me to do that, I guess. Criminal Affairs Detention Center. Okay, so this is either going to be Skye, or it's going to be Edgeworth. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator. I'd say I was the perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. Wait, really? Meekins? Hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know you. I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't... Is he... You... Officer Meekins? You didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. What the absolute fuck is going on here? Sir, fuck that noises. Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir! Ow! I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Right now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor, sir. Oh, he didn't say sir there, sorry. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yow! What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Skye. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. Except it's the other hand. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone, because Detective Goodman had disappeared. Okay. So, someone stabs Goodman in the evidence room. They move him to Edgeworth's car, dump him in the trunk. Then Edgeworth leaves. Skye ends up opening the trunk and finding the body. And I would bet money on the fact that she took the knife that was in his chest, that was the... I would bet the murder weapon is the SL9 knife. Skye takes that, puts it in her little muffler, stuffs it in the muffler, and then grabs Edgeworth's knife in the car, stabs it into the body to make it look like it was Edgeworth. That could be one explanation. That's when I looked down. I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, sir, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or any other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Officer Meekins, this is for you. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Fucking damn it. It's for you. Eek, I'm scared of knives. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Okay, I don't know how clearly visible it is on stream, but, like, it is him in, like, the salute pose, but it's got, like, a really simple smiley face, and that's fucking adorable. Ugh. Okay, crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him?
Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. That's some terrible fucking advice. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I woke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why is it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, who he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir! That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. Huh. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. Why? The crime. My crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's me. It's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. Really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. Yep. This one. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if there is anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered.
Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh ho ho, Chief... It's Phoenix doing it back. Oh ho ho, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Oh, Jesus, my phone's almost dead. Can't have that. No, charge the phone, you piece of crap. There you go. Edgeworth. Is Edgeworth going to be okay?
Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gord Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it?
And you got someone else found guilty in that case, righto? Von Karma. Legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
What evidence is this? Now, righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Oh, whoops. I wonder what was in that. What it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Lunch, sir? I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Sorry, righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. The guy who can't sit still? Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. I was wondering, could you take a look? Yeah. Subtly ask him. Same thing. I mean, I guess I could go have a look and see if he's out there. He's not. Blue Badger is still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. I mean... Actually, hold on. He's still not back. Okay. I guess I have to talk to Gantz, but... Where did I see... Oh, I know where Gumshoe might be. He could be here. Oh, I guess not. No. I haven't been here yet today. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Nothing here. Okay. I mean, I guess I'm meant to talk to Gant then. Like, I've been to pretty much everywhere else. Oh, I guess... No, this game also established that I could, like, start talking through doing stuff like this. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the Chief of Police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21. Better make a note of that just in case. A half-written document dated the February 21st can only be submitted to the police chief. Oh, chief of police. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. And no, he's not gonna do it. Okay, fine. Unless... Date is the 21st of the 2nd of February. Date lost is 21st of February. Name Bruce Goodman. ID 59 scribbled out. Huh. It's possible that has, like, a bit more, like, the fact that he accidentally wrote 5-9 seems a bit... Unless we can... Oh, right. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate at all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. He's orchestra. He has a big part to play in this. Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Just think, real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Does this ID card perchance have an ID? Does this card have an ID on it? Maybe? Possibly? It would be really interesting if that had the ID 59 something. Oh, fuck. No. Now we can do the evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's sky so grey? Hi, Marshal. Officer Marshal? Why does it have to be him? What's that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That better be a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. This crime scene's waiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy, then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I mean, I guess now's the time. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? Emma. How have you not put this together? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Okay, I take that back then. Emma, that's not a dumb question because he is a lot dumber than I thought. Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch? I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Nice. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner, and it's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Oh, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I kept getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago... Well, might not look like it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Stewed cauliflower doesn't sound awful. Guess it depends on what you add to it, but that might just be me. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of these tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard, and you reckon? Oh, one more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Oh, nice. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. 7777777. Damn. 49895965842189. I can't see what that other one is. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina. Can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. I mean, I could probably do that pretty easily. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground on the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the whole world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room? But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. Suddenly, he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. IDs of all who entered the evidence room on the 21st of February. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. That's not a bad idea. Can I just present it to him? Sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. Aha! But that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so. Huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Alright, well, I mean, can I just go in, then? I turned on the card reader. Go have yourself a ball, partners. And I have the ID card. A real ID card. Let's get this investigation started already. Oh. It's probably an option to move into there now. Some of the ways this game handles stuff is a bit weird. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Gumshoe? Eee! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true, what I heard? Righto, please do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant. Loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plan. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Let's have a quick look at that. Okay. I'm assuming that's probably going to get filled up by luminol testing. Oh boy, this is going for a while. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here, too, Detective Gumshoe? Haha, of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. Oof. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. This is getting really close to my job. So I'm an integrator. I write integrations for a security system. And we work with like CCTV cameras. I've done a locker integration recently. Our bread and butter is like working with cards and stuff like that. I'll always believe in it, Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? Well, now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the that was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can tell us more about the case? Are we really doing this shit again? Hey, you should talk to this person about that. Oh, we don't give the option for it. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? Serial killing. Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Oh, we're doing that again. Okay, that's pretty, What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use a testing fluid to check it out. Yeah, I mean... There we go. Okay, blood over there. I'm literally gonna spray like pretty much the entire scene. Anything there? No. Oh, maybe it did stop me last time, but maybe it doesn't every time. Or I didn't. Sure. Okay. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. Not a professional. What's your opinion, Detective? Pale blue blood? Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Sorry, buddy. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, Detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe in me. You can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Oh, hello. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if you fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. It's probably not going to tell me when I'm, like, just done, but... It's probably not going to be on the light or anything. That seems a bit much, but yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, my eyes. Alright, let's have a look at this now. So, we've got the blood in the back right. And we've got 2 handprints. One of them is a right handprint. On the locker. The other is like a partial print, which looked like a right hand. Yeah. I mean, Oh, sorry, dude. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coded with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Uh-oh. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? Yeah, it does have a tag on it. Rubber glove, extremely thin. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. It's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? I don't. Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Oh, Christ. Ha! Good luck, pal. There's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh my god. Is this for real? Oh, okay, I see. It's like asking me for specific pieces. So that's... yeah, and then I can rotate it. Okay. Okay, this isn't as hard as I thought. No? Oh, okay. I think... no? Oh, no. Okay, I'm pretty sure that goes like that. That looks like the top as well. No idea. What is that even?
Wait, really? No. Oh, there we go. Yep. Yeah, I wasn't looking at that in a great way. That's gonna be that. There we go. Damn it. That's gonna be that. It's gonna be that. That really did not look like it fit, but sure, that's fine. There's still a bit missing, too. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that. I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. Kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Jar pieced together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Okay. Put these pieces back together, it makes a jar. 1, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. Make sure to remember the next time I make a jar. Okay. So that's... Yep. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. Not so sure about dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, our security is high-tech around here. That's gonna be a problem to deal with, I think. What is this saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Oh. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here? In the evidence room? Jesus. There's even paint cans and stuff up there as well. Alright. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door? There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away? Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. I guess we can have a look at this stuff too. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. No, I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt, I guess. I guess it must have been evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. Not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped.
The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. Wow. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Okay. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing! That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. I feel like I'm supposed to present him some of this stuff, but... Oh, great. So I'd assume the bit that's missing would be similar to this bit here. Maybe? But then there's, like, this, and I don't know if that's, like, maybe someone hit someone over the head with that? I don't know if it's blood or it's meant to be, like, paint or something, but... Yeah. Okay. Actually, come to think of it, it looks like one of the handles is broken. On the right side there. Huh. The tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What are we playing, a word game now? You can't really see inside of it, so... Alright, that's it for that. I can't do anything with that. Oh, I guess I could. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Actually, no, there is one more thing I could show him. It's this. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa! Whoa! What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? That's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. Oh god, yeah. I think I might call it there. It's getting pretty late. Or at least, like, a lot later than I would like, to be honest. So, someone with 7 sevens enters at 4:20. Edgeworth enters at 4:40. Someone enters... someone else enters the evidence room at 4:50. Bruce enters at 5:15 or 5:14, and the exact same person as the third number comes back through thing. One thing to note here is obviously you can just take someone's ID card, and the ID card ended up in the parking lot not next to him, so who knows how that got there. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it right there, because things are getting... It's getting late. I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. Hopefully starting a bit earlier, so I don't have to go for as long as I did tonight. But yeah. I don't want to jinx it, but I do have some ideas for what I will stream during the week. I might even do more than just Tuesday or Thursday if I've got the energy for it. But at the very least for tomorrow, I'm going to be playing more of this and hopefully finishing off episode 5. I don't feel like I'm halfway through it yet, but I'm going to give it my damnedest. Yeah, so thank you for watching live or in the VODs, and I hope you have a lovely day, and I shall see you all next time.